Okay. Come on. What's going on? There we go. Good afternoon. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at another Ukrainian artist that, we have been spending a little bit of time looking at Ukrainian artists, considering what is going on in the world right now. But this person that we're talking about is one of the great artists of all time, Maria Prymachenko, and acknowledged as sort of one of the great quote-unquote folk artists or self-taught artists of all time. And I'm so excited to look at her art. I'm a huge fan of her paintings. I think you are going to be as well. Today's painting, while it might look really it's fairly straightforward, might take us a little bit of time just because there's a lot of detail in it. So I'll just say that right up front. It's probably, we're looking at about 3 or 4 hours of investment of time. Now, we can certainly speed it up by removing some details, and if you're going to paint along with me, you should feel free to do that as well. Of course, you can always just jump to the very end of the video, see how it turned out, and whether you want to actually watch this video in its entirety is up to you. So let's look at, speaking of the order of events, how we're going to proceed here. So what we'll do to get started is we'll transfer the image onto the canvas, because I've got an outline and I've already transferred the image on there. It's kind of complex, so it can take a little bit of time. Then we'll talk about staining the canvas with a little bit of paint. That's the Imprimatura. That's our first layer of paint. Then we'll talk about her biography and look at some images. And unfortunately, because of the Russian invasion, one of the repositories, museums that held her work has been destroyed. So there's even more urgency to talk about her right now. And then we're going to start the painting process. And as I said, it's going to take a little time for us to get down to the end there, but we will get there. And I'm really excited about today's painting because it's been in the news just the last few days as well. So again, if you want to support the channel, here's some ways to do it. It's totally free, just might take a little bit of time, including hit the notification bell, subscribe, all that kind of same old stuff you hear every YouTuber mention. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, feel free, and you're encouraged. That's how it keeps all of this power going on, and all of the research I put into all these episodes. So let's talk about getting an image onto the canvas. Now, you could certainly draw this out on your own, just as Maria did herself. That would certainly take you some time and create your own very personal image. But I have provided an outline so this is the original image, and here's the outline that I did. And even then, you can see there's a few little tiny, I moved a few things around just to make it a little bit easier. So let's look at where you can find this free outline so that you can download it. There's a link in the description below, past some links where you can support the refugees in Ukraine, Doctors Without Borders, the Red Cross, etc. After those links, you'll see a Dropbox folder, and in this Dropbox folder, you're going to find a lot of files. So at the very top are our very beginners, the first 5 episode series. That's what's up here. And then here's our most simple paintings that a beginner who's never painted before can do. And then you'll scroll down here and you see 150 folders of various paintings, including the Mona Lisa. We got Van Gogh, Michelangelo, Monet, Emily Carr, and where are we? We are at folder 144 here, right after Kramer from Seinfeld. So lots of different stuff in here. Now, when you go into this folder, you're going to find a lot of different stuff. You're going to find not only the outline as a JPEG and a PDF, which you can print out, and then the original, but there's another one in here which I also really liked this painting as well. May I give this Ukrainian bread to all people in this big wide world. I love, even just the title is so beautiful. And of course I did the outline for that as well. So if you're interested and you really get into her work, there's at least 2 for you to work on. I should also just mention before we get into the transfer here that there is a private Facebook group that I encourage you to join. It keeps on growing, a couple of people every day. This is something that just spontaneously happened through viewers like yourself who wanted a place where we could share all of the work. And every episode I also spend some time writing out a kind of a nice long biography here that talks about the artists and their achievement. So we'll talk about her biography in a moment. Let's get the painting started, however, with this the image transfer onto the canvas. So I'm going to play a video here that just shows how I did this, because again, it could take a little bit of time, and so just in the interest of saving a little bit of time. So you'll see that I've printed this outline off on my inkjet printer, and I'm going to transfer onto a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. And I've also added a little bit of gesso on there and then sanded it down. Now, it did come pre-gessoed, but I added more gesso and sanded it down because I want the smoothest surface possible. You don't need to do that, but it's just something that I've always done. I always find it helps. And then so now I'm kind of lining it up. You'll see I'm actually moving it up just a little bit higher onto the canvas, just so that because the way that she made her painting, for whatever reason, there was a little bit more space at the top than at the bottom. And I'm just using my thumb. You could use a ruler if you wanted to get super precise, but like, okay, that looks like about the same amount of space in the top and bottom. Means I might have to roll that over. Okay. And now I'm going to use some carbon paper. You can use graphite paper, carbon paper, one-sided or two-sided, transfer paper. It's up to you. This is a single-sided, so just make sure that the shiny side is down. Otherwise, you're just going to get an image on the back of the printout. And then I'm using a pen there to do all the outline. I used to use a pencil, and the pencil would break all the time. And finally, I started using a pen. Now, I also recommend using a colored pen here, not just a black, because otherwise it's hard to see what lines you've done and which ones you haven't. Now, I'm going to speed ahead quite, look, that's, we'll see how long this took. I didn't do every single detail, right? You can see here I've left out a few things. Whoa, that's next week's episode. Let's just go back here. Okay. So, once you've got that, I peel off the tape, and then I'm going to save this. I might even want to refer to this. Often I keep this just off of camera so that when I'm painting, I can look at the outline, because sometimes that is maybe a little bit more helpful for me anyway than looking at the original sometimes, right? That's one of the value of having this at your disposal. I just thought I would just mention this great book that I just started reading. It's a tiny little novella here by Nikolai Gogol, one of the most famous Ukrainian authors of all time. And this is a wild book from 1836, The Nose, about a guy that wakes up one morning to find that his nose has left his face. And I'm just halfway through there where he's walking down the street and sees his nose riding in the back of a horse-drawn carriage, all dressed up in these aristocratic clothing, and he's like, what is my nose doing? And he chases after his nose and confronts his nose, and that's where I got to. Really bizarre, but to think that this is written like almost 200 years ago and is about the weirdest thing I've ever read. We just think of things from the past as being kind of very stuffy, and that is not stuffy. It's so I just thought I'd mention that, all things Ukrainian. Maybe I'll keep that little guy there. Okay, so now that we've got this on here, let's talk about getting some paint onto this canvas. We're going to stain it with our first layer of paint, the Imprimatura, the first paint. And typically what I usually do is put a warm yellow on the canvas, and I'll do the same today. Although, from what I understand and the research I did, I don't think she certainly did not do this, and certainly did not use this color. In fact, you're wondering what color this is. Let's take a look. She often just painted directly onto a white panel. But anyway, this is the color that I'm going to use. So if you're talking about, like, what is the warm yellow, when he talks about warm yellow, this is the color itself. These are the other tubes of paint that I use. I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody, but this is a great kind of student grade brand. A tube like this costs $12 or something. You could use golden paint, for instance. And do I have a tube of golden paint? So here is, this is cadmium yellow medium hue, so just actually not quite the one that I'm recommending there on camera, but this tube of paint probably costs, what, $25, maybe $30 for that tube of paint. So you could see the difference, and there's maybe a third of the amount of paint that comes in this. So, but this is much, much, much higher quality. But, you know, if you're just getting started, maybe think about using something a little bit less expensive. Let's take a look. Here's Liquitex. This is their student grade brand. They make a higher grade of paint as well. Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, that's Michael's Art Supplies brand. Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dialer Rowney. And you'll start to notice these names are kind of very similar, but not always. That's why I included that information here. Okay, so I'm taking my warm yellow and I'm going to squeeze out some paint on here. Let's do this on my palette as well. So as I said, she did not do this. She was a self-taught artist, and we'll get into her biography in a moment. But she, as you would expect, a self-taught artist, somebody who did not have an academic training, did not go to school to become an artist. So she would never have heard about this type of a technique, except, you know, maybe later in life when she became quite successful and people would ask her about her technique, and probably there was some snooty professionals in the audience who would be like, give me a break. Why are we talking about this woman when there's so many great other painters who've studied for years and years? Well, she sort of came out of nowhere and shocked everyone with the quality of her work. And you know, one of the things I love about these so-called outsider artists or folk artists, you see the term sometimes naive artist, which is, I just think, like, super condescending, is that often these are people that are just making art purely for their own enjoyment. They don't have any, you know, goal of exhibiting or becoming famous or getting rich or, you know, all the accolades that might come from being a professional artist, of which there's very little, trust me. There's something that I think what attracts people to artists like Maria Prymachenko is there's the sort of just the pure joy of expression. That here we're just looking at someone that just really wanted to paint, that just needed to get these images out of their head and onto the canvas. And I think we find that really powerful, because it just makes us think about ourselves, and I think everyone's got a story to tell, right? And I think everyone should tell their story. And someone like this kind of helps encourage us to maybe take that little bit of a leap into the unknown and to share our work. And you never know, maybe one day you could be like Maria Prymachenko. Okay. So let's you know what, I'm gonna blow dry this, or you know what, I was thinking, where's my water? Let's put it in my tea. Okay, there was a little bit of texture, something got stuck on there, so I just wanted to take care of that. You know what? Maybe let's leave this. And now that I just want to take a look at these side by side and just see if we actually do want to change that color. So this color is actually much more of like a lemon color, whereas we got a kind of an orangey. So I think what I might do is blow dry this and then add a little bit of white. We could even try adding white into the existing color and painting it over top of this. And I know, you know, one might say, well, why didn't we just do that to begin with? And it's because there's a number of reasons. One is that by giving it this golden base Imprimatura is that it's going to now kind of glow through all the subsequent layers of paint, assuming we put them on not at their full strength, with adding a little bit of like matte medium or something to it. So we're going to have this warm glow coming through. The other reason is by adding layers of paint, we start to kind of fill in the weave of the canvas, and it's, especially if you haven't added extra gesso, it's just going to help create a smoother and smoother and smoother surface. And the smoother of a surface we're painting on, especially when there's a lot of detail like this, and I'm probably going to be using a Posca pen to do some work, that it's just going to make my life so much easier, because then I can just draw a line or paint a line over the canvas as opposed to going up and down over that weave. And each time you do that, it's like scraping paint off of the paintbrush. So yes, I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to paint another layer on top here. Okay, so we'll let that dry for just a second. And you know what? I wonder if we can get away with this right on here. So I'm going to take a little bit of white. Yeah, maybe that's enough. I'm actually going to take my cool yellow. Oh, doesn't expect to put that much in there. So let's just whip this up and see. You know, there's some water in here. That's okay. And there's my warm yellow as well. I'm also going to put some matte medium in here in just a second. I'll just show you what this one, while this is... If we look at these side by side, that's pretty close. I'm going to put a little bit of my matte medium in here. Oh, maybe that was a little bit much, but that's okay. So the reason I'm putting the matte medium in there is it's going to make this paint just a little bit transparent, so that I don't lose the warm yellow I just put in, because we did add, there's a sizable amount of white paint in here, and that white paint, will cover up everything, right? It's titanium white, and titanium white is great for covering up mistakes, but we haven't made a mistake. We did this deliberately, so we don't want to cover it up, right? So let's put this on. The other thing too is you got to be careful if you have too much white and you paint over your painting, you might lose all of your pencil lines in here. So I kind of want the pencil lines to be disguised a little bit, so that if I miss the line a little bit, I'm not totally out of luck. But I still want it there as to help me, right? Otherwise, why put it there in the first place? So that looks good on my end. Again, there's a little bit of the yellow underneath, which I want, right? Okay, we'll move that out of the way. I keep on. I'm going to move this water out of the way, because at some point today I'm going to put my paintbrush in there. Let's put this back here where I normally keep it. Okay. So, actually, you know what? I'm also just going to clean up my table for a second here. And then I'm going to blow dry this again real quick, and then we'll take a look at her work. So, how are these colors? It's actually almost a little bit too much white in there. I've lost a little bit of the intensity. We could add some more cool yellow back into this, even a layer of cool. Maybe let's do that. Let's just see here, because sometimes when we blow dry it, the color changes a little bit. So before we do anything rash or make any decisions, let's just take a look after we blow dry this. Okay, so let's look again. It definitely less white, so the tinting strength kind of went down as we put that on, as we blow dried it, but it still looks maybe a little bit more faded than I would like. So yeah, I think I am going to add some cool yellow. I'm going to brush this over. Now the cool yellow, oops, it's quite thin, so I'm not too worried about it obscuring anything underneath. Or I mean, it's fairly transparent. So let's take this. Whoa, maybe that's going to be quite electric. I could have put some matte medium in here. That's brighter than I was expecting, but you know what? You only live once, right? No one usually complains about a painting being too colorful and having too many bright colors. So I mean, if we look here, yeah, well, I mean, it looks okay. I mean, it's just not as there's a bit of that faded look in hers that I don't have in mine. Now the image is still there. Again, it might be a little bit harder to see, but you know, once we blow dry this, again, I think we'll just let this dry while we talk about her work. But so I'm just looking. There's a few places that the paint's not quite, a little bit just thin. Okay. I mean, these colors are gonna pop now with that yellow there, and I think that's gonna be cool. So I'll be happy with that. Okay. Yeah. So we'll just set this aside and it'll do its thing. I'm just gonna clean the table real quick. Oh, I'm already pretty excited about this painting. I already know it's gonna look awesome because her work is so awesome. It's so graphic in terms of the line work is so intense that this is gonna be really cool. Okay, so make sure my microphone's still on. So let's go to. Ollie says, Michael, hearing you laugh at that yellow gave me life. I appreciate that. Okay. So now let's take a moment to take a look at who Maria Prymachenko was as an artist and why we're celebrating her work today. I think you're going to be quite excited to see her work. And for probably a lot of people, this might be the first time they've ever heard of her. So, Maria Prymachenko was born in 1909 and dies in 1997 at the age of 88, and really not until the late 30s, when she was in her early 30s, did she really achieve any sort of success as an artist. Before that, she was completely unknown. So, oh, come on, scroll, there we are. What's going on? Let's see. So she was born in a small town outside of Kyiv, and about 30-minute drive from Chernobyl. And if we just look at this map here, here's, can we close that? Here's Ukraine right there. Here's Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. And if we keep on scrolling in, this is where she's from. Here's Belarus up here, and here's Chernobyl, the nuclear. There was a town and a nuclear power plant that happened to be located next to the town that exploded or had a meltdown. And this is also the region where some of the most fierce fighting over the past month and a half has occurred just outside of Kyiv here. And this is where she was, well, roughly where she was born. She's actually born in a little village just outside of this town. Here we are. But this is where the museum that once housed some of her work was, that has since burnt to the ground. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But I think it's interesting just to kind of get some context for where she lived almost her entire life in this area. She went to Moscow a few times for art exhibitions. Here's the painting itself on WikiArt, and maybe we can talk about her biography while we look at her work. And as a young girl, she contracted polio when she was at age 4, and due to complications with polio, she was unable to walk without assistance for the first 20, well, again, like after from age 4 till in her mid-30s. And so she would use crutches or a cane or have people help her or a wheelchair. And during this long period of convalescence, her mother and her grandmother taught her some of the traditional embroidery skills that Ukrainians are quite famous for in clothing. In fact, let me just show you. Dug out. This is a photograph of me when I was a little boy. Here's me doing some traditional Ukrainian dance, and here's me as a little boy with my sister, and this is our good family friends. But here's me dressed up in the very traditional Ukrainian clothing and the traditional dance. But I just love these patterns, and you can kind of see that some of these things reappear again and again in her work. So anyway, she was taught how to do that very traditional type of embroidery, and she did that for quite a long time and became quite successful at it and became noted for her ability, so much so that she was asked to move to Kyiv. Right, so here, remember, so this little town, first of all, she joins this embroidery co-op in that town, and then from there her work is recognized at a local kind of fair exhibition, and so she's invited to join the Central Experimental Workshop at the Kyiv Museum of Ukrainian Art in 1935 as an embroiderist. And so she moves there, and once she's there, she's able to access some medical treatment and get surgery, 2 surgeries that allow her to finally be able to walk. Now, throughout this time, she's also doing a little bit of experimentation with painting. And there's kind of this story which she herself told of when she was younger, of being down at the beach, observing some geese and following them around, and just sort of struck her to maybe do some drawings in the sand with a stick. And she just started kind of drawing some flowers, and then it was just like a light bulb going off. And so she went home, made her own paints, and started painting all over the walls of their small house. And, you know, it reminds me a lot of Maud Lewis, the famous Canadian folk artist, who we've made a couple of paintings of hers probably a couple of years ago. But Maud Lewis did a similar thing, painted every available, not just the walls, but table surfaces everywhere in her small house in Nova Scotia. And I just think it's interesting, and that's not uncommon. There's a lot of, again, the folk arts. I always find those terms so belittling and condescending, but they are there's folk art museums around the world, but it's not uncommon for artists like her to just sort of start painting wherever, because they don't have necessarily access to traditional higher quality art materials. They often make their own paintbrushes out of hair. One of the traditional Ukrainian activities is Easter egg painting and creating your own dye and painting on eggs. And so, as it might sound kind of like, how on earth did she make her own paints? Well, it's a big part of Ukrainian tradition to make your own dyes, to paint those eggs, as well as, if you're out on a farm, you're getting your own wool and fabric. You're literally harvesting it and then sewing and creating these things, dyeing the wool yourself. So she would have known how to do that. So she would have known how to take berries and bugs and all sorts of things, crush them up, add a little bit of egg to it. And like, remember we did with Rothko, we used some egg and mixed that into our acrylic paint. So she knew how to do those kinds of things, made her own paints, which is probably, and these are this is a couple of decades later, or, well, 1936. This is probably in the early 30s, late 20s is when she's really starting to experiment with painting. But so I don't know if paintings like this were made with handmade paints or not. But it wouldn't surprise me, particularly because some of these colors are quite kind of muted, very earthy tones, these kind of rusty red colors and kind of muted greens, etc. Because it's pretty hard to get saturated colors from organic natural pigments. Anyway, we could see these are some of the paintings she made in the mid-1930s, where she's already become quite successful as a textile artist doing this traditional embroidery. He's now moved to Kyiv, and some of these artworks were some of the ones that were exhibited in a large exhibition in Moscow that later went to St. Petersburg and then to Warsaw, and then part of that exhibition also went to Paris in 1937. And when that exhibition, that was quite a successful exhibition, Pablo Picasso himself attended the exhibition, and let me get the quote correct because it's quite the what would you call it, the seal of approval from an artist like Picasso's. He says, "I bow down before the artistic miracle of this brilliant Ukrainian." When Picasso tells you he bows down to your artistic miracle and calls you brilliant, that says something, right? And later on, I think, there's, let me see, Chagall has another quote too of Marc Chagall, who did a painting of just last week. He noted that some of the creatures that started to appear in his paintings, remember he was from Belarus, just about less than an hour's drive from where she was born, right? So very similar kinds of part of the world. He saw that his creatures were the cousins of the strange beasts of Maria Prymachenko. So, she's in good company, and she was acknowledged as being a great artist during the time of when she was alive and working, right? What else do I want to say? Oh, so after moving to Kyiv, she falls in love with this man, Vasil Marinchuk, and the two of them are to be wed. World War I breaks out, and he is, I'm not sure if he enlisted or was conscripted into the Soviet army, but he dies in Finland, I think, just prior to the birth of their son, Fedor. And, you know, later on, her son, as well as his children, become artists as well, Petro and Ivan. So there's this whole family of artists that are kind of spawned from the genius of this one woman. What else could we talk about? Oh, maybe just before we kind of wrap up, it's, you know, she, in 1966, she was awarded the Taras Shevchenko Award, the National Prize of Ukraine. We talked about this just the other day with Anatoly Krivolap, who also won this award like 4 decades later. And we're going to do a painting by this artist, Taras Shevchenko, I think next Thursday, this time next week. So he was a great artist, as well as probably, as I've since found, he's considered the bard of Ukraine, probably the greatest writer in the history of Ukraine, which is why the Arts and Cultural Award, no surprise, is named after him. So she wins this prestigious prize, as well as in 2009 was named the Year of Prymachenko by UNESCO. Right, and this is the very same organization right now that is trying to there's calls for UNESCO to kick Russia out of that organization for having destroyed Maria Prymachenko's one of the museums that housed her work here. So that's just what I'm about to talk here. There's lots of news articles about that. The Ivankiv Historical and Local History Museum, which is a fairly small built, in fact, I think, which link has... So here's a clip of the museum. It's not that big. It's like probably, you know, like a single family home that was converted into a museum that also housed not just Maria's work, but also all sorts of very important artifacts dating back over 1,000 years from this particular region of Ukraine that were lost in this fire. Tanks shot at it, exploded, and it started on fire. There's a lot of question whether this was done deliberately as a way of sort of enacting a cultural genocide on Ukraine, of trying to erase the history of Ukrainian people, which is my ancestry, which would be, it wouldn't surprise me if that was done deliberately. At the same time, you know, things happen in war that are ugly and awful, which is why war is awful and why this whole situation is insanity and it didn't have to happen in the first place. But anyway, I love this image of her. You know, she just looks like this little old Baba with her scarf on her head and all of these paintings. I imagine that's her son, Fedor, and maybe these are her grandchildren, Petro and Ivan, who later became artists. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, here, that's Fedor. I wonder, this is taken in the 1980s, shortly before she died. But you can see how big some of these paintings are, right? So when we're making our painting that is this size, just keep in mind that she was working on a surface that was about 4 or 5 times larger, right? So that's why she can get all that detail in. And when you work really big and you reduce it, it makes everything look even better. You know, I think it's... One of the things that's interesting is also just the way that she titles her work. And... like Our Army, Our Protectors. Often they're, you know, paintings that seem quite innocent, but the way that she would often write like almost like a line of poetry on the back. Her titles were very poetic. And again, remember, her husband died during, or they didn't even have a chance to get married. So her partner, her fiance, dies in World War II. So she, for the rest of it, and she never remarried, never had another relationship for the next, you know, almost 50 years of her life, and became quite like a pacifist. We see in the name, like, so this painting here, a maiden plays a lute and waits for her beloved. Where's another one here? This one's intense. May that nuclear war be cursed. 1978. right? I get, you know, I'm not even sure what kind of creature this is, but that its tongue is this two-headed serpent, or maybe the serpent's inside of it, exploding out of it. But there's a kind of a horrific quality to that creature. And then she did a number of paintings also here of Taras Shevchenko, including, so this is one of them where he's playing his instrument here. Taras Shevchenko arrives from his exile to flowering Ukraine. So Shevchenko, he was sent to Siberia at least once for inciting nationalism and fermenting independence from the Soviet Union at least once, which is also one of the reasons why he's a hero in Ukraine, because many people see him as being sort of an important figure in helping to establish a unique cultural identity for Ukraine. Anyway, I think we could continue on and on. Is there anything I want to mention? Oh, just lastly, they've named a planet after her. I mean, I don't even know if there's a Picasso or Matisse or Da Vinci or Michelangelo planet, but there's a planet, a minor planet called Prymachenko, or it used to be planet 142624. Anyway, I just think, and she's also on stamps and coins in Ukraine, so she's hugely. There's lots of, almost every town in Ukraine has a street named after her. So we're not talking about somebody obscure here who I just picked out to fulfill some kind of quota of Ukrainian artists. None of the artists that we're going to be looking at from Ukraine I would describe like that. She is the real deal. So, in fact, I wanted to show just maybe a few more of her paintings. Sorry, just because. So here's some of her earlier works, and you could see, again, a lot of these colors are quite muted, and it's not until like the late 60s through the 80s where the color just starts getting more and more saturated and brighter as she gets access to better quality materials. And by this point, she's now an internationally renowned figure. And one of the things with the destruction of so many of her works just over the past few months, she's sort of come back into the limelight as one of the great artists of not just Ukrainian history, but human history. I mean, these are just so beautiful, and what a great colorist! Like, I mean, yeah, it's anyone can apply and mix colors, but to be able to know that all these colors are going to work this well, and to get really nice contrasts out of those colors. Here's the other painting I suggested. Is quite spectacular. I mean, I just think these are so gorgeous. Right? I could see any of these, being, if a local museum here in Canada, the Vancouver Art Gallery, had one or two of these would be some of the most beloved artworks that they would use to promote the museum all the time. Right? Okay, so let's, before I go too far down that rabbit hole, let's talk about the next step here. So one of the things that we often do at this stage is to then do some underpainting. And underpainting, again, is a contested term. For some people, it's applying blocks of color, and for some others, it's outlining. If you're outlining, it's usually done without any underdrawing done. Usually, you're underpainting, just sort of trying to figure out what you're going to paint, and you're just sort of brushing it in. And when we looked at Nicole Eisenman, that was about 3 weeks ago, we saw a quick little video of her painting the underpainting while putting the Imprimatura down simultaneously. So there's lots of different ways of approaching any painting, but I think it's worth just remembering that these terms can be contested. So when it comes to this, I think I'm just going to go right in with color and start blocking color in. And since we've already got this yellow established as our background, I think we're just going to go right in and start painting on the foreground. So let's do just that. Let's go right into our foreground pass number 1, and probably after we get that established, we'll just go right into foreground pass number 2, etc. So what does that actually mean? If we look at the original side by side, probably what I'll do at this stage is I'm going to paint white on almost every one of these shapes so that I can paint color over top of them. I could probably get away with painting, actually I might be able to paint red here, but the green, let's think about that. Oops. This is still a little bit tacky, so I'm actually going to blow dry that real quick. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint white on top of this bird. Now I'm going to lose a lot of the outline for that bird, which might drive some of you completely nuts, but I have a little bit of a suggestion on how we can deal with that. Is that we can cut this bird out and stick it back on top of here, and if we need to find those lines, we can do just that. So I'll probably do that, just so that you can see how it's done if, in fact, you run into that same problem. So what I'm doing is putting a little bit of white on here, maybe just a little bit more. And I'm going to use a bit of my matte medium as well. Maybe about 1:1, I think I put in there. It's always a little bit tricky to, when you do this with matte medium and you add it to white paint, because it's like hard to tell what's paint and what's medium. One of the reasons why I'm doing this as well is, this is not pure white. This is something else. It looks like it's got almost a bit of like a cream color. And so by making this a little bit transparent, in fact, I'm going to add just a little bit more. By making this a bit more transparent, the paint will sort of just appear a little bit creamy because it's some of that yellow coming through. And if I leave it like this, actually I'll be able to see my lines after all. I think I will still demonstrate for you that technique that I was planning on doing. So I want to just try to avoid ridges because I'm going to be using a Posca pen to try to go over top of all of these outlines. So the less ridge, so I really don't want ridges on the edge of the paint because that's going to make it difficult to use a pen over those areas. And don't worry about making these edges perfect either, because when we put the outline on the edge of between the yellow and the white here, it will clean it up quite significantly, and it'll look really nice and sharp. So as long as you've got, oops, looks like it's not quite dry there. Oops, I'll have to, didn't blow dry it long enough. The only thing is I'm just trying to go right up and over top of my outlines here. Okay, so you can see it's still a little bit patchy. I don't mind that, but I think I will do another layer. I might even put a little bit more matte medium into that. I'm going to blow dry this really quickly. So what happened up there, I somehow got some water from a brush, was on there, I didn't notice it, and that water dissolved some of the paint. And so there was so much so that when I went to wipe it away or dab it away, all of the yellow came off. So what I did is I just added a little bit of white and yellow back here and blow dried it. It's still a little bit wet, so I'll just let that. But eventually I'm going to see if I can just put this same cool yellow over here and hide it. I don't think it's going to go completely away. I think I might be kind of stuck with it, but at least it's not as a big white blotch there anymore. Okay. So as I said, I'm adding just a little bit more matte medium to this because I want to do another coat of this white over top of the white that I just put down. But I want it to be just like 10% more opaque. If I painted the same one, I probably would lose all my lines. I don't need it to be quite that solid. All right, so this is just, that's great. This is perfect. So on its own, this is barely visible. You know, if I painted this on top of the yellow down here, it would be very transparent. But on top of this white here, it shows up quite well because it's sort of just building upon what's already there. So, and I like how it's got a bit of a cream quality, which the original has as well. And so without adding any yellow to this paint, it sort of looks slightly creamy and slightly yellow. And if anything, in my view, it's even better than adding a little bit of yellow in there, because it just has that slightly mercurial quality of the thin transparent layers of paint have, which causes someone to look at it and think like, oh, how did you do that? How did you get that effect? And it just looks more complex. And anyway, I think generally most artists want their paintings to just sort of look strangely complicated. And if, for instance, I get a little bit of white on the edge that I don't want, I should be able to paint just some of my cool yellow over top and around, and that should help disguise it and to disappear. Okay, I think that's good. I think I'm happy with that. That's good enough. So let's actually just back that out. Maybe before I move on, I'm just going to take some of my cool yellow from before. I don't think it's going to show up on camera very well. It does look a little bit brighter, unfortunately. Maybe if I put a bit of warm yellow, if I mix this, I'm just going to experiment. If I put a bit of warm yellow into my yellow, actually that's much better, because we had that warm yellow that was coming through, and so by just putting a little bit of white and then putting my cool yellow over top, it just looked strangely brighter than everything else, because it didn't have those layers underneath kind of combining together. Oh. Heidi says, even a zoo in Ukraine has been impacted so much by the war that there were talks to put down the lions, tigers, and bears if no one would rescue them. Oh, it's so awful. And Deborah says, someone saved 10 kangaroos in their truck. I was reading something about like the kind of an animal shelter just had to let all of the animals go out into the streets because otherwise they would just die in their cages because there was no one left to. So, oh, so terrible. Okay. So I'm pretty satisfied with this. I might find it's possible that in another 20 minutes, once all that white dries, that it will get a little bit more transparent. So will I be able to tolerate that level of transparency, or do I want it to be a little bit more opaque? That's kind of the question. And when I look at, the thing is, I think it's pretty close. If anything, I almost, now, especially when I see it side by side, I'm going to feel like, wow, maybe that's a little bit too much white. Again, I can see some of my lines coming through. I don't know if you can. It's pretty subtle, but that's okay, right? Sometimes that's really nice when it's nice and subtle. I think what I want to do now, let's move on to the red of the leaves, and then we'll do our green over top. So the red of the leaves, we're going to use some warm red, And I'm going to put some white in it as well, because, you know, this color, it's not a brilliant red. It's muted as well. It's been tinted with some white. And also the benefit of adding a little bit of white in here is that it's going to help cover up a little bit of the yellow. We don't want to go too much too quick, but so let's, where should we put this? We're going to squeeze it. So let's take a good amount of red. Let's start with that. And take some white and mix this together. Let's see what we're looking at. That's not bad. It's almost maybe a little bit too bright, but it's, I'd rather start with this. In fact, it looks a little bit orangey. This doesn't look like... Now that I mix this, it's kind of got a slightly pink, which is not surprising. But when I look at it on here, it doesn't... It looks like it's got a tiny bit of yellow in there. You know, but the other thing too is, you know, if we paint this, we might see a bit of that yellow coming through this color. So let's paint just a little bit of it and then see what we've got, and if we actually do want to add a bit more yellow to it. Yeah, I'm going to use one of these brushes here. It's a bit of a pointier brush. So now these are also outlined as well. Oopsie, that's not on camera. Gotta get a different brush. That one's dying. So if you do this quickly and it's a little bit sloppy, we can just outline it afterwards with a Posca pen. If we can get it right the first time, then we don't have to, and we just have that as an interesting option. So I'm going to see if I can paint this without depending on a Posca pen to outline all of these, all the red, because that again is just another step in the process which can take quite a long time. So let's just, where I am, just right up top left here. So I'm going to leave that yellow inside, and we're just going to do some little white dots afterwards. And I painted over that little green ball. And there wasn't the outline, I forgot to outline this, but it's not too hard just to draw this in either. So, you know, just it's worth mentioning that, you know, just at my brush stroke there, I made this get a little bit bigger. Now I covered up over the top of this little green circle that is supposed to be right below. Again, I'm just going to paint that green circle down there below. I don't care that I missed it a little bit or I painted over where it quote-unquote should have been. I'm just going to go right along and continue. So my white of that bird is still very much wet, so I'm just going to move down here and paint this here. Let's do this little one. So there are, so I was thinking of adding some orange to this color. I think I'm fine with this just being red and white, so pink. Wow, lots of comments in the chat there talking about the animals. There's a number of people saying, I'm going to do this one later. It's cool that people will tune in, like Deborah, to just sort of see, you know, kind of maybe the beginning and then decide, yeah, actually, you know what, maybe this just sounds like an interesting person. I'll come back and do this one at a future time. One thing I love about, you know, someone like Maria is that she was painting all the way up until the day she died, and she, you know, just like Grandma Moses, Maud Lewis, and a lot of, like, you know, not just quote-unquote outsider artists, but a lot of artists work all the way until they just drop dead one day. Art is such a great activity for anyone as we get older, because it helps keep the mind alive and the hands and everything functioning. Because, you know, as we get older, sometimes we can, if the brain is not being exercised, it can atrophy a little bit, and which is why, you know, when my grandmother was in a care facility towards the end of her life, she took art classes. We worked on a few paintings together at, you know, at the home, and there I have them here somewhere. Because it's such a great way of just keeping the hand-eye coordination up and running, and keeping you busy, because, you know, there will always be, every time we go to that seniors home, there's a few people that just, you know, didn't want to participate and just sat around watching TV all day long. And I think what a good use of your time on this planet to spend the last little bit painting, right? It just seems like that's the way that I want to go. Right, if a lightning bolt came through the window here and took me down right now, this would be... I would feel like I went out doing what I love doing. And, you know, painting is one of those things that, you know, like I was just reading Jim Carrey, the comedian, says he's going to retire from acting, and, you know, it's hard for an actor to continue acting all the way up until the end. Sometimes your memory starts to go, and remembering lines can be tricky, and, you know, especially some actors who prided themselves on their youthful looks don't quite feel as confident in front of the camera later on in life. Same thing with some musicians, find it difficult to sing. It's true that it can be hard to paint as you get older and maybe lose some dexterity in the hands, but if you don't use it, you'll lose it, so... I also just think, like, you know, when we saw that photograph of Maria with her grandchildren and her son, you know, I just think, like, those kids must have been like, wow, we have a really cool grandma. Like, she is, you know, in her mid-80s cranking out these paintings that are the talk of the world. So, you know, like, up close, they kind of look maybe a little bit clumsy, perhaps. But I also, I mean, I'm totally happy with the way they look right now, especially because when we zoom out, they're going to look fantastic. So, and I think yours will too. So, let's look at here. We're doing this one here. I forgot to do the little legs of the bird. Maybe I'll just do that after I got the flower in. I guess now that I see this, it does think maybe I do need to do outlining at some point to get the divisions between these different flower petals. I don't know. It will make it look better. It's just like, that's going to take some time, won't it? One thing I'm just thinking about, I don't know if the Posca pen I have, I think, is just red, which might work well with this, because if we have a little bit of, this red is a little bit lighter, it might make for a nice contrast. I'll let that go, and then I'll do the legs here. you see one of the things that I sometimes do is just put a blob of paint like that down and then use it like so if I got like a palette right on my canvas. Oops, sorry. Okay. So, still have a few more on the top to do. I think my bird is starting to dry, but I'm going to flip my canvas upside down to get at it. One good thing about like just turning the canvas around is sometimes you might find it easier to paint some brush strokes in going in one direction or the other, like these little points. Some people like starting at the point and then working their way back towards the base, versus some people like starting at the base and working their way towards the point, and as you get to the point you just lift your brush right off. It's totally just personal preference. Whatever works for you works. Again, now that I'm thinking, okay, I'll probably have to do a little bit of outlining. I start to become less worried about getting really perfect shapes with these points, because there's just going to be I'm going to be outlining it all, so I can deal with kind of a certain level of sloppiness that I might not otherwise be comfortable with. And, well, I mean, I think I'm going to outline. I mean, maybe, you never know. I mean, I could also outline with pencil. I don't want to use a Sharpie, because Sharpies are going to, they're just going to, after, it's going to look awesome for a couple of weeks. And then if it gets anywhere near the natural light, sunlight, it's going to go purple and green and fade and maybe even sort of blur a little bit out, and make me very unhappy as that happens. So I want to try to avoid using Sharpies. You know, most pens that are just commonly available at a, you know, office supply store are not intended to make marks that are going to last for more than, you know, I mean, they're going to last, but, you know, no one, if they're writing a document, is thinking, okay, I want this pen to look in 10 years, 100 years to look exactly like it does right now. They're like, well, as long as it's legible, that's fine. But there's a big difference between something looking legible versus something looking the same, right? So I'm just always trying to discourage the Sharpie from people. Having, you know, there are artists that used Sharpie in their work, and they just was like, you know what, we'll let the curators and the conservators worry about preserving these paintings. And, you know, a painting like this is complex and time-consuming. But for an artist like Maria Prymachenko, she didn't... I mean, it's like... her goal was not to sell these paintings. I don't really think at any point in her life that was the goal. It was just, especially when she started, it was just to make something that she liked. To brighten up her home. And even, you know, like if we think of someone like Yayoi Kusuma, who's famous for those dots that take forever to do, you know, part of that was for her own mental health, right? And she says when she was painting, kept the voices away. So she wanted the paintings to take as long as possible, because when she's painting, she's happy, and it's when the paintings are done that all of a sudden she would start experiencing all of these negative emotions. And so, you know, that could be the same thing for Maria, is that she might feel like, yeah, it takes me a long time, but I really enjoy the process. Like, I know some of these paintings take a while to do, and for some people that's like, ugh, a 3-hour painting, I don't have time for that. That's ridiculous. And then for some other people it's like, oh, good, this is exactly what I need. It's a nice project that I can take my time on, and That's what they deliberately look for, that type of a situation, right? Okay. So that's where we're at right now. Let's just take a look at this side by side. So oddly enough, these now look a little bit, especially on camera, they're looking, well, I don't know. Yeah, they look a little bit more pastel than they actually are, which is fine. I think especially if I outline this with a red that I have, that will look perfect. But it's just worth just sort of pointing that out, that there is a discrepancy. So all those little, there's more little flowers you can see scattered throughout here. I'm going to reserve, I'm not going to paint those in until later or at all. I might skip them entirely. Again, remember, her painting is probably 4 or 5 times the size of this, somewhere around 22 by 30 inches or larger. Basically the size of like a large movie poster. Like if you walk, when you're outside of a movie theater and you're looking at the like coming attractions, that's about the size of all of her paintings. And so, this would fit there. You could, how many of these you could fit in there? Probably 12 of these, maybe, side by side, inside of one of the original painting. So there would be a lot more room to add those details. The other thing too, I find, like when the paint dries, sometimes I can see areas where I missed. There might be a little bit of the canvas showing through. And often that's because the paint, when it's wet, is shiny, and it can be kind of hard to tell what the difference is between the areas that have paint and don't have paint. So you just wait till it dries a little bit, and then you're like, oh, okay, here's where I'm going to do little touch-ups. Pascal's getting tired. I missed the art history part. You should be able to, you can always jump back and watch that stuff too, even in real time. Okay. In fact, let's get those Posca pens out now. Right, so I do have a red. Be interested to see what this looks like on here. It looks a little bit darker, but maybe not as dark as I was expecting it to be. So of course we could outline it with another color. I've got red. I'm going to use this blue for outlining this, which is a darker blue. A little bit of a shame because this is a colder blue and it's got a little bit of white in it. So if I was to mix this paint here, this would be a cool blue with a little bit of white. As it stands, I've got a warm blue and it doesn't have any white in it at all. So it's going to look probably quite dark on this surface, unfortunately. I could hand paint that whole thing, but it's going to take forever. I do have a green as well. The green, it doesn't, there is a little bit of outlining on the green. I've also got a yellow too that I can use. So I've got a lot of these different ones. I've got a black and a gray and white, etc. But Okay. So let's put the green leaves on here. I'm going to blow dry all of this. That way I don't have to worry about my hand brushing over any of this paint while I'm working. Okay. Oh, those legs. I keep forgetting to do these little legs. And just touching up a few little areas around the white here. Just gonna clean off my brushes as I'm kind of about the midway point in this painting. Because sometimes they stack up inside my water, and I don't want those brushes sitting in there for too long, otherwise the brushes can start to kind of, as the weight of them pushes down, they take a little bit of a J shape afterwards, which can become a permanent fixture of the painting. Okay, so let's go to our green. Now this green is going to be a cool green. In fact, yeah, well, no, let's go right into this. So I'm going to get some more cool yellow. I'm actually going to put it in a different place. Whoa, I didn't mean to use that much. Well, this is going to go on my J. DeFeo painting, I guess. So I squeezed a lot of paint out there. Let's take that and move it to the side here. And then I'm going to take my cool blue. Oh, come on. Actually, you know what? I got it in one of these jars. Okay, so let's see here. I want to take this blue. I'm just going to start out kind of slowly, a little bit, and I think that's good. I'm going to add a little bit of white to it as well. I think. Yeah, a little bit. You can see how I often kind of just roll the brush out like that. That way I just make sure that there's no paint trapped inside that's going to surprise me if I'm using this same brush later on. Especially if you're trying to get a nice unified color. Sometimes you get a little area that's got a little surprise patch of blue or yellow in there. And you're like, ah, where did that come from? Okay, so this could be time consuming, painting all of these leaves. So really what I'm going to focus on is painting the leaves and not the stems. The stems I'll use a Posca pen for. I'll paint these like little balls here, these little bulbs, and any kind of leaves, but I'll leave the stems for the Posca pen. Again, if you don't have a Posca pen, you can do this all with a small brush. It's just going to be time consuming. And that's just the way that she worked, right? So, I'm going to start here, top left corner. Oh, the opposite way. I want to go this way. Just start right up there by this wing. So one kind of bummer is that this combination of yellow and blue is on its own very transparent. And we did put a little bit of white in there, which helps give it a little bit of opacity. But you could see that it's... I may have to do some of this a second time. We shall see. We'll let it dry. Again, if we're going to outline it, then it does make that second layer a little bit easier because we don't have to go right to the edges, because we know that's where we're just going to draw right around them. I did draw that line, so I find it easier to kind of almost push the brush down, and it kind of will splay out like that. So we're in the bottom left corner of this painting now. Okay, now we're just motoring along here, right underneath the feet of the dove. You also notice I'm not painting that kind of lime yellow lines inside these leaves, because if you can imagine trying to paint those and do the kind of outline around them, that would just take way too long. It's much easier just to wait for this to dry and then paint those afterwards. So it's not it's got a bit of a semi-transparent quality that is maybe not ideal. I could have put more white in here. Or we could have painted the yellow around started with a white background as she did, and then painted around them. But boy, that would also take as long, if not twice as long. You know, painting, every time I try to like outsmart a painting and think I'll figure a way to do this really, really fast, the painting always says like, ha ha ha, oh, you're so naive, Michael. Right up here. I might skip all of those little ones that are right next to... Oops. Let's see. And this might be the last leaf. Okay. Oh, how did I get that? Brushed upon it with my palm. So have to be careful not to rub too much. Otherwise you could smudge it all over. Okay. Let's back it out even more here, just so we can see. Okay. So I'm gonna go probably over top of this green again. I may even add a little bit more blue back into this color just to darken it down just a little bit. I'll have to see, think about it. But let's blow dry it, and then we'll take another look. Okay, just gonna clean this little brush off. So I've got the initial pass of all of the colors in my foreground established. Now it's just a point of deciding, do I need to add a second coat on any of this or not, or can I live with what I've got? So let's look at these side by side. The red, again, it looks maybe a little bit more like pastel than I think it is in real life. So it looks a little more pastel on camera. I think I might be okay with that. Do I want to do more of it? I don't know. I think I want to go back over my green because the green was quite transparent to begin with. So I'm going to also I think I'm going to remix this to the side here. So I'll take a bit of this because I still want a little bit of white. Take more yellow, mix this in. And take a bit more of that blue. That might be a little dark. See, it might be a little too dark. Let's just take a bit of that, mix this in here, lighten it up a little bit. Like, I like it darker, but I also don't want to get it too dark, because if I use a Posca pen around there, then I won't even be able to see what the Posca pen did. I sort of deliberately don't want to match the Posca pen color, right? Which is, oops. You can see it, this has got a little bit more of like a Christmas tree green. It's a little bit slightly warmer. So I want to have a little bit of variety so that the outline will play off and complement the inside. Okay, so let's do this. Go over the greens again. And we can also, again, go a little bit faster. It is a good idea just every once in a while, like if you feel your hand sticking to the canvas, just to double check that it's not sticking there because paint is coming off of your hand or getting onto your hand and then stamping all over the place. Because sometimes that's happened to me where I think, oh, it's just my hand is, it's, you know, paint is a little bit sticky, sweat on your hand is causing it to stick, and then you pull your hand off and go like, oh, it was doing more than just sticking, it was getting paint and stamping. I should also say, I don't mind the green as it is. I could see it being quite useful for, you know, like painting leaves and having it look a little bit like, it looks maybe a little, almost more naturalistic the way that it was painted previously. Like that kind of looks a little bit like highlights and shadows on an actual leaf. But that's not the way that she made this painting, or she wanted very stylized, flat colors. Right? There's no rendering in her painting. So if we want to try to recreate her painting with some level of fidelity, then we want to try to go for that little bit more solid, flat color look. Although there's nothing wrong with, you know, a little bit of interpretation and variety, right? So you decide what you want in your painting. It's interesting that, you know, this episode is maybe has less viewers than some of the other ones. I would say, though, that as time goes on, a painting and an episode like this will probably get more views ultimately than most of the other ones, because there's not a lot of content about this great artist in English out there, and especially some of the tragic circumstances around what is happening in Ukraine right now, that there's only going to be more and more people who are going to become more and more interested in her work. You know, it's one of those things that, like Joni Mitchell said, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. So once people realize, are you telling me that this is the artist whose work was destroyed by the Russian troops and tanks? Oh. This looks much better. I'm glad I did a second coat of this green. It had a bit of a Christmassy color to it before. You know, the red and green. Not that there's anything wrong with Christmas or Christmas colors, but it just didn't look like the kinds of colors that were in the original. So now we're getting closer to this great master's achievements. So now that I'm getting closer, I'm almost done my green, I can then now look at it and think like, how does it now, because maybe the red changes now that the green is in place. Like, I think, oddly enough, it makes these red look a little bit less pastel. Right? I think it makes them look better, and we haven't used any red. So whereas before I was very strongly thinking about changing these reds and making them a little bit more opaque, a little bit more orangey, because they looked a little bit pastel. And I think they still look a bit pastel on camera, but in person here, I was less satisfied. And now that I see the green as it's intended to be, or as I want it to be, as I like it, I now feel that the red is fine. Which, again, that's one of those things that I think is very surprising to a beginner painter, because if I was painting this painting originally, I might fuss over something like the red and then paint the green and go like, wait a second, what? How come that red looks... Whoa. Right? So that's why it's kind of nice just to rotate around the painting. Let everything kind of just keep on going, and rather than focusing on one spot and trying to get that perfect, try to get everything to develop like a Polaroid picture. Everything develops simultaneously, not one face in a Polaroid and then another face and then another face. Everything is just slowly surfacing. Donna says, miss you guys. I'm in Calgary with my son. I'm still working on the Apple Tree by Boychuk. It's getting there. I got busy when my son is home and with the nice weather. We got good weather in Calgary. Today was beautiful in Vancouver. The first day in Vancouver where it seemed like it was beginning of summer. It's been really cold the last couple of days. It looked exactly the same as yesterday, which was freezing. Definitely close or below 0 Celsius, and then today looked the same. Got our daughter multiple layers of clothes. We got a few blocks down the street and we're starting to sweat, and it's like, whoa, you would not have expected that. Of course, my wife had said yesterday, oh, it's going to be beautiful tomorrow, and I'm like, yeah, well, that's what they've been saying for a while. Donna says, I have always loved folk art. I embroidered a shirt years ago with it on. That would be cool to see. I'd love to see some of your embroidery, Donna. Paul says the Russians have denied that they did attack this museum, as well as a bunch of other things. And they say it's fake news. No compassion for people's lives. It is interesting. You see some of the news, and they interview people in Russia, and they just don't know what's going on, and they just take what's happening on television at face value. I think it is, you know, we can kind of laugh at how ignorant those people are, because, like, how can they just trust whatever they see on television blindly? And then you got to think about, like, how much do we just sort of trust that the people on the news are telling us the truth and stuff all the time. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it's you have to just remember that the news is a money making. It's there to generate money, or it's basically there and it's filler between commercials, I guess, is the long story short. As much as I would like, I wanted to be a journalist when I was younger. I actually got into 4 different journalism schools when I was applying, and I applied to one art school. I got into all of them, and I'm blessed to have great parents. My father said, you know, you've been drawing since you could hold a pencil, and you just started journalism a few years ago. Are you really sure this is what you want to do, and this is not just a kind of a little passing fad? and I thought I was going to go into journalism because it seemed to be a bit more of a reliable career, whereas being an artist seemed kind of very unstable. 20 years later, it seems like being an artist was way more stable than being a journalist, considering all of the layoffs. The newspaper industry's collapsed. But it's just worth remembering that I think we all have to take a little bit of grain of salt as to what we're hearing on the news. And even when I watch, like, oh, it's like the Ukrainians are on the offensive and the war could be over, it's like that is also them trying to sell us on the hope, so we keep tuning in because maybe the war will be over just any minute now. I gotta check the news, make sure. And then it's like, you know, that's part of the sauce that they're selling us. Okay. That's my little rant about the news. So I think I might be ready to start outlining things. I might want to do just a little bit of blue, though. I'm going to take a bit of my cool blue, what a little bit of it I have here on the palette, and I'm going to paint just right up top here. Actually, let's start in here. Maybe I could have used a little bit of white in here. It's a little dark. In fact, let's just take a bit of white. So ideally, I would kind of paint this whole thing with a color just a little bit darker, probably approximating that up there. But this would take me forever to do all of the outlining with a brush versus using a Posca pen. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry that, and then I'm going to break out the Posca pens. So, okay. Yeah, Donna says, we are very trusting here in the West, but I don't think Bucha is fake. Yeah, some of the atrocities, I mean, all of that, I have no doubt. I'd be ridiculous for Ukrainians to massacre tens of thousands of their own people just for a photo op that that clearly is not sort of, that the Russians don't buy anyway. So, yeah, that's clearly and the fact that people don't believe that it's fake news is really like traumatizing, quite frankly. Okay, so we got all of, I'm going to use these 3 Posca pens. Maybe I'll put them down here so you can just see. If you don't know what a Posca pen is, it's an acrylic pen. and it's like using it's like drawing with acrylic, which is awesome if you've never used them. These cost about, I don't know how much I spent on them, $5 to $7 each or somewhere around here, and they're all fairly fine tipped. You know, I wish there was just more colors. It's possible on their website they'll have more. Now I'm just trying to think of which. I think I want to start inside. I'm going to do the bird first, because that way, this is on the inside. All right, here, let's zoom out. Because that way, if I can do this, then I can do the outside afterwards. That way I don't have to reach over and get this blue. So, oh, that is quite loud. So I just wanted you to hear that there is this little cartridge in there, and that helps mix this paint. And it doesn't hurt by giving it a good mix. I did also forget to mention, like, so I don't have a problem seeing these lines. If I was having a really hard problem, I would just cut the shape of the bird right out, right? Lay it on top of here, right? Maybe even tape part of it down, and then put a piece of the carbon paper or graphite paper underneath, and then retrace those lines. Just, of course, making sure that it lines up perfectly, right? I wouldn't just, if I tried to put this down and tried to find, like, I would never be able to line it back up. That's why you want to cut it out, put it back on top. But I don't need to do that, so I'm not going to do that just because that would just take more time. So the reason I was going to do this is I just wanted to find takes a bit of time for the paint to flood out the nib here, the nib. Come on. There we go. So we're going to start. I'm going to work left to right since that'll be most convenient for me. And I will keep this. Maybe I'll move that out of the way. Let's start out like this, and then I'll zoom in a moment. Oh, shoot. Darn it. Of course, just as I was about to get that started. It's frozen. Oops, and that crashed. It means I gotta take a sip of tea. It's interesting how that just seems to get a little bit darker when that dies. Okay, that looks okay now. Make sure we're in focus. And then let's zoom in. So as I said, you know, different color. The original is a cool blue. This is a warm blue. I might also just have to, I'm going to go over some of these lines a little bit and widen them. And because one thing with these Posca pens is I find that they take a while to dry, and sometimes they seem to like not dry properly for a while, like several hours, no matter how much you blast air on them. So I really want to try as best as possible to just, I want to get this whole bird as I go across. That way I'm not having to try to draw on top of these blue lines while they're drying, because then it's possible I could end up stamping, and then, oh my goodness, that would be a disaster. So... So you can see, just because of the size, I just don't have room to do all of the detail. So I'm doing a little dot instead of a circle. I want to do the one up top and bottom. Let me think about it. I just imagine trying to paint all of this with a paintbrush, which I'm sure a few of you are trying to do right now. And It's a bit of a process. And imagine her painting this. I'm going to continue. I'm just, you know, there's the top and the bottom here. It's going to be a little crowded on my little canvas. Okay. You can see as it dries, like sometimes it gets, if you go over the same line a few times, it kind of wipes it away, just like it happens when we're doing with paint, right? Gonna wait for it to dry. So this is another reminder of how having a bit of a smoother canvas to do this on is so valuable, because if this was a really, really bumpy canvas, it would not look like this. You're sort of going up and down all those valleys. I wouldn't be able to nicely draw straight lines. You'd really see that texture. And, you know, maybe some people really like that. Personally, I don't. But it's just worth that's one of the reasons why I go to that extra little step to gesso my canvases, which I know kind of seems like a bit like overkill, but you know, if you don't want to gesso canvases, you don't want to have to do that, then you may want to think of like painting on a panel, which is just like wood. In fact, you can even just go to the like Home Depot and get like a thin veneer, like what's called like Luan or plywood. Like Luan is basically kind of like your doors are often have a very like a, you know, for your bathroom doors, not usually a big solid block of wood. It's often kind of a frame with a very thin piece of basically plywood, and you can use that to paint on. And really high quality canvas boards are essentially Luan stretched around, or canvas stretched over top of a Luan-like surface. So you can see kind of how nice that looks with the lighter blue and then this over top of it. Like, what an interesting idea to put this like flower right in the middle of the dove's face like that. That is like wild. Like, no one would think of to do something like that. So there's this wing comes right down in here. Oh, might have a little visitor here. Oh, it's because I showed her when I was setting up for tonight's. Right before nap.
Brought me right over. So she's just in her dappies.
That's okay.
Daddy, is it what you wanted? You wanted to see your dada? It's okay.
Come here, kiddo. Ah! Let's get that out of your way so you don't bonk your head on that.
Edie wanted to come see Daddy.
Look how tall you are. There was a whole bunch of new comments on about the drawing class that I did a couple of years ago. At the very end of the first episode, Edie makes an appearance. She's so tiny. It would have just been about 6 months or so. 7 months?
Yeah, 6 or 7 months.
Oh, you're looking... Everyone wants to see your face, not your bum. Aww.
She dragged me to the door. She said, we have to go see Daddy.
Look at all these art supplies. So many drawings and paintings you get to make one day.
Oh, snuggles. Oh, missing Daddy, I think.
Yeah.
Missing her buddy.
Well, when I'm all done here, we'll go for a big walk. Maybe we'll fill up a big pail of water and make our own puddle at City Hall.
Wow. Have fun. I don't know. I might have to watch you for a few minutes. She's pretty set here on being downstairs.
Oh, you guys are always welcome. Just hang out. Aww. Oh, she is so tall and so cute.
Cute.
Aww. And Donna says hi to you, Amy.
I say hi too. It's nice to see everyone's comments.
Mm-hmm. What a lovely community of people. This is great. Heidi says, one day you'll have to lock the studio door. I think so. I'm thinking of, like, I want to put some panels up here so she can paint and draw and all the stuff while I'm working here.
He says that's a good idea.
Nah.
You say that's a good idea? Is it a good idea?
Zoom back down. So one of the things, once you go over a line and widen it, then it kind of sometimes makes the other lines look really thin. Ideally, what I would do is try to preserve my wider outlines for like the outline of the whole bird, and then keep the thinner lines inside if I can help it. Oh, I love you sitting there just looking with your hand, your head in your hand, Edie. What a sweet kiddo. Let me see. Let's get. Eventually, we just want to have a little EDIE cam. Can't remember what episode it was where I think I woke her up from her nap, or before her nap, and put her down here, and she was sitting in a high chair next to me. And I had a camera just pointed right at her while I was painting. But she didn't last very long. It's always nice to see her. Just got a bit of a destructive streak today.
Today?
Yeah. See you, kiddos.
See you, and we have to come back down. Nothing. Our little bossy bean. Bossy bean.
Okay. So I said this is, you know, a time-consuming painting. There's a lot of little details in here, but you know, by the time it's done, it's going to also look like there was a lot of work done on it, right? Which is not always the case, right? There's artists like Henri Matisse went to great lengths to make paintings that looked like they were done quickly, but in fact took a long time. And you'd say, like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody spend a lot of time on a painting only for it to look like it was dashed off really quickly? It's because that kind of feeds into the myth of the genius artist who dashes something off, right? We're attracted to that idea of something, of an artist just touching the brush and just genius coming out, when in reality it often takes a lot longer to get something accomplished. But there's a lot of artists that, like, for instance, the whole idea of using tracing or a projector or working from a photograph are all very taboo things, even to this day. Oh, you're not allowed to do that. That's cheating. And artists get terrified of being found out for having used tools to help them do their job. And because only a true artist, like a really good artist, would not resort to being so lazy to trace an image onto a canvas like this. When in reality, artists have done exactly that for 500 years, since the very moment that they saw the potential for like a lens or a camera obscura. Artists were like, oh my goodness, this is great. This is going to save me so much time. Just don't tell anybody that this is how I did it. Okay, so I find that this nib, you know, after a while, it starts to kind of build up, and it's because also kind of scraping. I see sometimes a little bit of the paint off, like the white gets onto that nib, especially where it's maybe a little bit thicker. So you just have to kind of keep that nib clean so you get a nice marks out of it. Gets a little bit tricky in a few places. So I'm always trying to think about, like, okay, where's my hand going to be? Can I do all of this without stamping stuff all over the place? super worried about this line down here. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally smudge it. Oops, I want to do... So also the good thing about the white being on here is, like, I just moved this triangle or this square up from below because it was almost touching that blue line, but I've got a lot of space here. So because my white has kind of obscured my outline a little bit, I'm able to move it over and you can't really see where that original line was behind all of that. Okay, getting there, getting there. I mean, just doing those little tiny things like that is out of the range of possibility if I was just painting with a brush, right? Or it's not out of the range of possibility, it's just, my goodness, I'd be here for 5 minutes just doing that little thing. Whereas within 15 seconds I got it all done. Boom. Let's do the rest of this tail, I think. mean, I just think it's so wild. These leaves or flowers on the bird. Like, what a like. I just think it's bizarre and also so neat and interesting. This is not something I think I've ever seen ever before. Combining plants and animals together as part of the patterning. Oh, and there's some circles right here too, right? Okay, there's, I don't know if I can fit that little one in there, so just leave that out. Okay, so let's just zoom back out and just see how well that appears. Okay. So there might be little things I might want to widen, for instance, these blue lines around here, but let's, in fact, maybe I'll do it just a little bit. Okay. Let's leave that to the side. Let's do the leaves of the green next. And then we may even do the yellow on these leaves. So, this is also a new one, this green. Again, it just takes a little bit of time for that to finally come out. Let's see. So I'm going to use this green to do all of the stems on the, and then I'm also going to outline these leaves. So where should we start? Maybe I'll start top left corner again. Right up here. So you can see it's very subtle. But it does add a little, it kind of does clean everything up. I'll have to do a little tiny red flower in there afterwards. Let's outline that as well. I mean, the fact that she did all of this outlining with brush, and I know the painting is much larger than the one that I'm working on right now, is still really remarkable. Like, it's a lot of work to do any outlining, no matter how big, and it takes a lot of fine brushwork. And she did not have Posca pens like I do to do this, so it's just quite spectacular. I mean, I get such a huge level of respect, especially more, you know, working on something like this. Just like, wow. I think to myself, she's amazing. Wow. Marching right along here. Again, as I get closer to that bird, I just want to be very careful that my hand... In fact, I should probably blow dry this just for a little bit of extra safety. Famous last words here as I just keep on drawing, right? I mean, everything just looks so much cleaner than it did before. So that is really exciting. It's just always a good reminder of like the difference that an outline can do. But it's also, you know, one of the reasons why some people, including, as I've mentioned a few times, some of my teachers when I was in school did not like this at all because it felt like to them like a lazy way of doing things, right? You just sort of get the paint approximately in the right place and then just clean it all up later with some outlines. I mean, I don't agree with that, obviously. I'm a big fan of outlines, but I also understand why some people, especially if you're trying to paint realistically, there's not outlines in nature. So painting outlines does give a slight artificiality to things. Okay. Up here. Oh, so you can see I'm just drawing that in because I feel like I can fit it in there, but okay. Let's go up top here. Yeah, do I want to do anything in here? I don't know. Let's get the majority of this painting done, and then we'll decide if we want to do anything extra in there. Okay. Motoring along. Okay, let's zoom back out. So that obviously makes a huge difference. I need to take my red. Where's my little brush? I need to add a few. Where was it? Just here and a little one there. paint was not really behaving too well. It's kind of a little chunky. So here's my, if I want to add any more in there, oh, there's another little guy right here. This would be my time to do that. I want to do one there. And I feel like I might have to, just to create some symmetry. Okay, I think that's good. So the next few things I want to do, I want to outline with the red. I also want to put little white dots inside the flowers, which is, you know, what we see here. It's very subtle, but there's little tiny white oh, and the yellow lines. In fact, let's do the yellow lines next here. Ah, I didn't realize these were all new. I thought I used these at some point. I'll just maybe show. Go. So obviously the original color here is not yellow, it's kind of more of a lime green, but I don't have a lime green Posca pen, and I don't even know if they make one, so while I could paint all of this, I'll be done here in about 2 minutes using this yellow Posca pen, where as if I was painting this, it could take me upwards of half an hour or more to do all of this. Let's see if I can do these. This is where my Posca pen was. I'm actually surprised that I was able to draw over this. I was afraid that they would still be a bit wet. That's impressive. Okay, let's bring that back out. Okay, so getting close. I think it's our just red outlines next, and then white dots, and we'll be done. So see if it's cracked the seal. Give it a good shake if that helps. There we go, yeah. That's the secret. You push it down, crack the tip, and then give it some good shakes, and then you're ready to go. Okay. On the home stretch. And so I have to remember, a lot of potentially wet Posca marker or paint pen around here. Good question, Heidi. So Heidi asks, will the painting made with Posca pen last as long with the brush? One would hope that this is, it's quality enough that it's going to last as long as you want it to last. I would suspect it's, there's probably not just acrylic paint in here. There's probably some other chemicals in there, and of course, acrylic paint is full of chemicals anyway. So I really don't know how long. So one thing I'm noticing, I can barely see these lines inside. I'm just not going to get the effect that she's got. So this makes me think I should have gone even lighter. These Posca pens just, I was expecting this to be a darker line. It's, in fact, if anything, it's lighter. I think you might be able to see on camera there, which is really surprising. But it's nothing like that. I could paint those. So let's see, maybe I'll outline the inside and just clean everything up, and then maybe go back over the interior with paint. Oops, sorry about the camera there. Drives me crazy when I do that. Drawing away another area of the painting. Yeah, so Heidi, I don't know how reliable these would be. I suspect they're pretty reliable. I also don't think that they'll last maybe quite as long. It wouldn't surprise me if, like, 100 years from now, there's some unexpected fading or flaking or something like that. But, you know, 100 years from now, that will be somebody else's problem. Assuming it's, you know, worth someone's time to try to rescue or whatever. But, you know, we don't really know how acrylic paint is going to hold up in the long term either, right? Acrylic paints have only really been around for commercially for about 70, 60 years, and really in the art supply store for about 50 years maybe. You know, I mean, it's like, I remember when I was in art school, teachers would say, you know, you're really risking it to paint with acrylics because we don't really know yet how they'll hold up in the long term. We know oil paint has been around for 1,000+ years, and we've got oil paintings from, you know, a long time ago, and they're still holding up. So if in doubt, go with the oil paint. So, but, you know, it seems like a lot of the acrylic paintings, like Andy Warhol was an artist that used acrylic on occasion. And many of his works, as far as I've read and heard, have held up pretty well. So I don't think it's a problem. But I would think that a company like this, if they're going to market this and they're going to put it in an art supply store, that their business model sort of is predicated on the quality of these materials. And it's the kind of thing that, you know, like a restaurant getting shut down for a food violation, it would be pretty hard for them to live down. So, and usually we know usually pretty quickly, within a few years, whether a art supply is going to, a tool is going to stand up to the test of time, right? That's why we know, like, Sharpies, like, literally within a few days, if you take a piece of paper, write something on it, put it next to your window in a Sharpie, you'll see within a couple of days that it looks purple, the black is gone, and you'd be like, whoa, thank goodness I didn't put that on my canvas, because that would, you know, it's not intended for that type of a situation. Having said that, there are, like, you can buy high-grade art paint, and you might see on the back something saying, like, the light fastness quality, meaning that they've tested it and they found, like, it looks great as long as you just keep it out of the sunlight. So it is possible to spend a lot of money on good art supplies and for them to fade over time. Especially certain natural pigments. Organic pigments have been known to fade. And that's one of the things, you know, that they, with especially like a lot of older paintings, that we, you know, for instance, like the Mona Lisa, for the way that it looks now is sort of the way that we for a long time assumed that it looked when it was painted. And it's only been over the past couple of decades that they've been able to kind of figure out the actual materials that were used using different kinds of scientific processes and testing. And they've realized, whoa, actually this painting was a lot brighter. And some of the colors have faded entirely. And, you know, when we painted the Mona Lisa, I can't remember who it was, but someone posted a version of the painting, the kind of the what they assumed it might have looked like when it was fresh out of the studio, and it's way more colorful, and there's details in, like, she had a veil that and eyebrows, things like that that we don't see because the pigments used were just did not hold up over time. So I find that really fascinating. So I don't know. Now I'm trying to decide, do I want to do darker lines inside the flowers? I really don't know. I mean, let's just zoom back out here. Paul says, my Posca pen almost dried up. I use paints and small brushes. I bought only 2 months ago. Yeah, you got to be careful. Like, before you put them away, you might want to just kind of wipe off any excess paint so it doesn't dry on the nib. Yeah, and if they're sitting like on a shelf for two months without being used, then they'll probably just end up drying out. So you might want to take them out, use them every once in a while, just make sure that it's still usable. Okay. I do think I need to paint. Okay, so let's come back to this red. And I'm just going to take a bit of my cool blue. And I'm just going to use this cool blue to darken my red. That might be a little much. In fact, that is probably too much. So it's going to be too dark. I kind of want it just to be fairly subtle. So let's zoom in here. So this is the red that I painted them with. Even the red on its own is going to be darker anyway. So somewhere in here will be more than well good enough. So let's just start down bottom left corner here. Not sure how visible that is, but I'm contemplating doing a little bit more, but let's just go around. We'll do all of them first. That definitely makes a big difference. I'm glad I'm doing this. I was contemplating quite seriously not doing it. It is a slippery slope, because then you start thinking, maybe should I just outline all of the flowers this way, like all the way around them? Or can I just get away with what I'm doing right now? Yeah, this is definitely must. And it's very subtle, like this color. I mean, it looks pretty bold here, but the colors are really quite similar. There's very little difference between them, just a little bit. One's a little bit lighter, one's a little bit darker, but they give so much more volume, because now we can see the flower petals sort of stacked on top of one another. In the same way that, let's say, this wing is in front of the body of the bird, and then the body is in front of the other wing. I also expect as it dries, it's going to get maybe a little bit less subtle. So it's kind of a bit of a temporary thing that we'll see it kind of be a little bit louder. A little bit louder now. Wow, I can't. It's just, what a difference. Wow. We'll see when we pull back all the way, and I'm not sure how much of this is going to come across on camera, because these reds on camera seem to always get blown out a little bit. One thing I may do is around these edges. That would probably be the next level that I would consider if I wanted to do more. And you can see, like, if I can, I like to turn my canvas so that it's just very natural to find those arcs with your hand movements, right? So whatever's easier to paint, don't feel like you have to do the whole painting upright. I mean, I try to do that on camera because I think it looks better if it's always upright, but sometimes it's very hard to do, and so then if you're making your painting at home, whatever is easier for you to access the canvas, cool. Yeah, I think, okay, let's just zoom back out. Maybe you can see that now. I don't know if it looks as good on camera as it does in person. Okay, I'm just gonna do the interiors. Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably get away with not doing this. I'm a little bit less. I don't think it's bad. As much as maybe unnecessary. The one thing is, when I start doing something like this, I start thinking, you know what, maybe I got to bring it to, I got to do all of them, just because I don't want to have some areas that aren't done versus some that are. I just always think of, like, keeping consistency being quite important, at least to me. Sometimes it ends up causing me to have to spend a lot more time working on a painting just because I was like, now that I've done this here, I feel kind of obligated to do it everywhere. Like, for instance, if I outlined all of one of these flowers, I'd really feel pretty strongly that I would have to do that to all the flowers. Otherwise, that one flower would just look maybe a little bit odd on its own. Yeah, it might have looked better without it. It might have looked better without it, but I'm going to continue just because, although, yeah, I think I just got to continue. Just because otherwise it's going to be like, why did you do the top and not the bottom, but not the top? And we could kind of say, oh, the top, that's where it's getting most of the light, so that's why it doesn't need it there. And it's like, yeah, that sounds like a cop-out, Michael. I will say, though, that this adds a lot of dimension to these flowers, and there is the little bit of concern in my mind that, like, wow, now the flowers really have a dimension. Do the leaves need more dimension too? I think I can walk away from the leaves, but it is worth just sort of thinking that now we've got more volume on these flowers, but these all of the stems feel a little bit, they aren't as articulated quite as well. Like, I could be compelled to use a darker green, let's say on one side here, the darker side. I'm not going to, but there's real potential for that there. So now I just want to put the little yellow dots in place. There's Tanya joined the chat. Okay, so let's zoom. Oops, what's going on here? I gotta reboot that. So while that's happening, let's just go in. And if anything, actually, let's... why is that? Okay, we'll just let it do its thing here. I think that makes a really nice little, very subtle effect. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna go to this. So this is what is going to give these flowers a really nice kind of quality when we zoom back out. You won't really notice that they'll kind of look like maybe they were painted with a lighter yellow. You can also be a little bit more careful with the way you apply these dots than I am. You could do them in a very rigid pattern, like a Ben-Day dot pattern, like when we did the Roy Lichtenstein painting. Or you can be kind of a little bit more haphazard like me. Okay. I don't know. Maybe that's, are we done here? I just feel like I got a little bit of red to outline. That. So, I think Heidi says a bird looks like it's made of blue and white porcelain. That's interesting. Yeah, totally. I can see that for sure. Long title. A dove has spread her wings and asks for peace. A dove has spread her wings and asks for peace. Wow. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. So. It's that time. I was kind of on. I said about how long did I say this was going to take? I don't know how long, but we're almost at 4 hours here. So this took time, but I'm really happy with the way this turned out. So let's compare side by side how these two paintings turned out. Just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Here's a couple of simple free ways you could support the channel and the work that we're doing here, including taking a photograph of the painting you made. Whether it's this one here by Maria Prymachenko or somebody else. Maybe you're working on a painting of your own, totally inspired by contemporary events or the flowers in your garden. Take a photograph, upload it to the Facebook group. We would love to see it. And about 3 weeks from now, we're going to have another feedback episode. So you can also, if you want to leave a small donation, if you felt you learned something, this was useful or entertaining, or you enjoy laughing at my progress, there's different ways that you could support the channel as well. So let's go in here and see what can be done, or compare them. And I feel really good about that. So now the fact that these are a little bit lighter and not quite as red as hers, I feel like that worked out perfectly, because now there's a little bit of a darker line, sits on there beautifully. I'm really, really happy with the way that turned out. I do kind of feel like maybe, well, I was going to say that the leaves could have been darker, but if they were darker, then my Posca pen would be lighter. As it is, it's just a little bit darker, maybe not even darker enough. So in this instance, if I wish I had a darker Posca pen and I could make my leaves even darker, but you know, it is what it is. The bird, I think I'm pretty happy with that, the way that turned out. I do wish I had a lighter, or not a lighter, a cool blue instead of this warm blue. Hers does have a little bit of just something that I don't have in mine. But, you know, she's the master. So you have, you know, to temper our expectations. There's a few little areas where things are missing, obviously. I just felt like it was getting pretty crowded. You know, there's all over the place little things that I just didn't have room for. Let's just zoom in. And, oops, let's go here. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we got everything in there. I actually quite like the way that all that turned out. That light blue looks really cool there. I almost wish there was more areas where I could have done that. Let's maybe go over here. You really see kind of how patchy that green is. It is what it is. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Interesting. Yeah, that green, that's probably the if there's any part of this painting that I feel like isn't quite as satisfying, it's that green not being as dark. But like the Posca pen is basically the color that I would want the whole thing to be. And really, as I look at it, I think her outlines are exactly the same, or actually a little bit darker. So I was going to say that maybe you can't see any outlines, but as you look at it carefully, it does look just a little bit darker. Very subtle effect. Oh, and there's her signature too. I think I'll just leave that off here. Okay, Tony says the color variations show the dove pops a little bit more in mine. I don't know. That's I appreciate that. I'm not so sure that I did a better job making the colors pop than she did. Paula says, thank you, Michael, for the lovely time. You have more than 10,000 subscribers. Yes, thank you to people like yourself who are among those many people that are along for the journey. So thank you, everyone, for painting along with me. Just a quick reminder, there's links in the description below if you want to support the various different programs and to support refugees who are desperately trying to escape Ukraine right now. You can support Doctors Without Borders, who are going into the conflict zones to help babies and children, older people who are trapped there. Not everyone has the means, to say, why are people still in Mariupol right now? Why don't they get out? Well, there's a lot of people that just don't have the money, or they don't have a car. They're the kind of people that were finding the bare change they could to get a bus to go to work every day. Those people weren't able to escape, and they're trapped, and they have husbands, wives, children, grandparents who are injured and sick. There's Doctors Without Borders goes to those conflict zones, bravely put on a helmet and a bulletproof vest to provide medical care for the people that need it. That's an incredible, that's just mind-boggling. There's people out there who will do it. I don't have the courage to do that. That's why I support organizations like that. Anyway, there's other organizations in the description below if you want to do that. Thank you, everyone, and may we have peace sooner than later. And Maria is right on the ball with this painting. A dove has spread her wings and asks for peace, right? We hope that this conflict ends as soon as possible so that more lives don't have to needlessly be shattered. Anyway, thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys on what day is this? Today's Thursday. We'll see you on Tuesday. We're going to be looking at another Ukrainian artist, and that fellow we're about to look at is one of the most inspiring artists. He is sort of like, when I think of he's like the Beatles and Bob Dylan all wrapped into one, like a groundbreaking artist we're going to look at so much of his work. It looks like it was done by 20 different people. So it's pretty hard to choose something when we're talking about him. So we'll talk all about that on Tuesday. Have yourself a great weekend, and we'll see you guys all on the flip side. We'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great night, everybody. Peace on earth. Slava Ukraini.